Krishna Krishna Hare Ram. 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 Krishna
Maharani Krishna, Jai ऐसी भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी श्री प्रभुपाद की जय विष्णु पवार प्रवंश विवाद के शाले स्तोत्र सच्ची श्रीमद् दिवांगे भक्तिदास सरस्वती गोस्वामी महाराज प्रभुपाद की अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की रामाचार्य श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की प्रेम से गो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत शिवसादि गौर भक्तवृंद की जय जय राधा कृष्ण गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरी गोवर्धन की वृंदावन धाम की मायापुर धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की मथुरा धाम की अयोध्या धाम की गंगा माई की यमुना माई की भक्ति देवी की तुलसी महारानी की रावत भक्तवृंद की प्रणाम संकीर्तन की गौर प्रेमानंदे और वही से संभली बड़ी और वही से संभली बड़ी और वही से संभली बड़ी और वही से श्री गुरु गोविंद जी
Hare Krishna. Therefore, it's called Bhaktivedanta Manor. I'd like to welcome everyone for the morning program. A special welcome to His Grace Sundar Jagannath Prabhu. Hey, so today is Thursday, the 19th of May 2022, and this morning's Srimad Bhagavatam class will be given by His Grace Sukadeva Prabhu. This evening's Bhagavad Gita class will be given by Bhaktakaran Prabhu. We continue reading from Srila Prabhupada's Shikshamrita in letter to Sriman Anil Grover Prabhu on 5th of February 1970. He says, I'm so glad to learn that you are an educated boy and coming to our temple and trying to understand our Krishna conscious philosophy very seriously. It is a very good sign. Try to continue this attitude. And whenever there is some question, you are welcome to put it before me, and I shall try my best to help you. My life is dedicated for this purpose, and you have no cause for hesitation. But the process of putting questions is service and submission. That is the injunction in the Bhagavad Gita. Questions should be put before a person to whom you can submit yourself and to whom you can render some service also. That is the way of self-realization. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srimate Tulsi Maharani ki jai, Shri Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye, Priyai Kesavasya, Vishnu Bhakti Padidevi Satvataye Namo Namaha. Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye, Priyaye Kesavasya, Vishnu Bhakti Padidevi Satvataye Namo Namaha. Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye, Priyaye Kesavasya, Vishnu Bhakti Padidevi Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi ki.
Seva Let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who can fulfill the desires of everyone, just like his high priest, and are full of compassion for all the fallen conditioned souls. Patitanam pavinebhyo Vaishnavyo namo namaha. Anantakoti Vaishnavrinda ki jai. Trinadapi sunishena tarodapi sadishna. One should chant the holy names of the Lord in the humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than the straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and ready to offer all respects to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy names of the Lord constantly. There are 10 offenses to be avoided in a matter of chanting the holy names of the Lord, and they are as follows. 1. To blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their lives to propagating the holy names of the Lord. 2. To consider the names of demigods like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of the names of Lord Vishnu. 3. To disobey the orders of the spiritual master. 4. To blaspheme the Vedic literatures or literatures in pursuance of the Vedic version. 5. To You consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to be an imagination. 6. You give some interpretation on the holy names of the Lord. 7. You commit sinful activities on the strength of chanting the holy names of the Lord. 8. You consider the chanting of Hare Krishna as one of the auspicious ritualistic activities offered in the Vedas as fruitive activities, karma kanda. 9. You instruct the faithless person about the glories of the holy names. And 10. Do not have complete faith in the chanting of the holy names, and to maintain material attachments even after understanding so many instructions on this matter. It is also an offense to be inattentive whilst chanting. Every devotee who claims to be a Vaishnava must carefully guard against all these offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success. Krishna Prema Shri Harinam Prabhu Ki Jai.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare
Hare.
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
Oh yeah, sure.
Jaya Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman Jaya Sita Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Meno Kanvanta Maravinda
Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Sri Guru Charana Padmaha Kevala Bhakti Sadma. Sri Guru Charana Padmaha Kevala Bhakti Sadma. Bando Moe Savadana Mate Bando Moe Savadana Mate Jahara Prasade Pai E Bhavatori Ajai Jahara Prasade Pai E Bhavatori Ajai Krishna Prapti Hoy Jaha Hoy Te Krishna Prapti Hoy Jaha Hoy Te Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Kya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Kya Arnakari Homane Rasha Arnakari Homane Rasha Sri Guru Charane Rate Aise Uttama Gati Sri Guru Charane Rate Aise Uttama Gati Sri Guru Charane Rate Prasade Puri Sarva Vasha Jai Janme Janme Prabhu Se Divya Gyan Hriday Prakashita Divya Gyan Hriday Prakashita Prema Bhakti Jaha Hoiti Avijja Vinasajate Prema Bhakti Jaha Hoiti Avijja Vinasajate Vediga Jahaya Charita Vediga Jahaya Charita Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Athama Janar Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Athama Janar Bandhu Lokanath Lokirajivana Lokanath Lokirajivana Aha Prabhu Koradoya Deho More Parachaya Aha Prabhu Koradoya Deho More Parachaya Aha Prabhu Koradoya Deho More Parachaya Tribhuvana Evias Goshe Tribhuvana Srila Prabhupada Patita Bhavana Srila Prabhupada Patita Bhavana Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschachara Satarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Sachinandana, Jaya Sachinandana. Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hare. Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda Radha. Jaya Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada Ki. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Paravrajikacharya Ashtatara Sashimad Divine Grace C.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Paravrajikacharya Ashtatara Sashimad Divine Grace Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki. Ananda Gauri Vaishnava Vrinda Ki. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki. Prem Se Kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya.
Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Jasodanandana Rajajannaranjana Jasodanandana Rajajannaranjana Jamuna Tiravanachari Jamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Yasodanandana Rajajannaranjana Yasodanandana Rajajannaranjana Yamuna Jamuna Jai Om Vishnu Pada Paramahansa Padalakacharya Astadhisthana Shri Shri Maharaj Sri Bhaktivedanta Manor Ki Anadi Gaura Vaishnava Ki Jai Namachara Sri Haridas Thakur Ki Ramji Gosi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Radha Sri Sri Gaura Bhaktivedanta Ki Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gop Gopnath Sham Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Shri Mayapur Navadip Dham Ki Ganga Jamuni Mai Ki Bhakti Devi Tulsi Devi Ki Thamaveda Bhaktivedanta Ki Jai Gaur Bhaktivedanta. All glories to some devotees, all glories to some devotees, all glories to some devotees, all glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hare Krishna. We are reading from the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 2, Chapter 5, text number 31. The chapter is called Cause of All Causes. Savakara Karana. Who is the cause of all causes? How do you know? Ah, yeah. He's accepting authority. That's good. Okay, so number 33. Yeah, text number 33. Tada ham hatya chanyaryam bhagavat chakti chodita sat asatvam apadaya chobhayam shusvijura hiyadora tada samhatya chonyaryam bhagavat chakti chodita sarasatvam upadaya chobhayam salvijuhyada tada satya chanyaryam bhagavat chakti chodita sarasatvam upadaya chobhayam salvijuhyada. Ladies. Bhagavat Chakti Chodita Sarasatvam Padaya Chobhayam Samijoyada Tada. All those. Samhatya, being assembled. Cha, also. Anyonyam, one another. Bhagavat, by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Shakti, energy. Chodita, being applied. Sat, asatvam, primarily and secondarily. Upadaya, accepting. Cha, also. Ubhayam, both. Shasrijoha, came into existence. He, certainly. Adaha, this universe. Translation. Thus, when all these became assembled by the force of the energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, this universe certainly came into being by accepting both the primary and secondary causes of the creation. Thus, when all these became assembled by force of the energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, This universe certainly came into being by accepting both the primary and secondary causes of creation. Purport by His Divine Grace, Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. In this verse, it is certainly mentioned that the Supreme Personality of Godhead exerts his different energies in the creation. It is not that he himself is transformed into the material creation. He expands himself by his different energies as well as by his plenary portions. In a corner of the spiritual sky or the Brahmajyoti, a spiritual cloud sometimes appears, and the covered portion is called the Mahatattva. The Lord then, by his plenary portion as Mahavishnu, lies down within the water of the Mahatattva, and the water is called the causal ocean, Karana Jala. While Mahavishnu sleeps within the causal ocean, innumerable universes are generated along with his breathing. These universes are floating and are scattered all over the causal ocean. They stay only during the breathing period of Mahavishnu. In each and every universal globe, the same Mahavishnu enters again as Gauraksha Vishnu and lies there on the serpent-like Shesh incarnation. From his navel sprouts a lotus stem. On the lotus, Brahma, the Lord of the universe, is born. Brahma creates all forms of living beings of different shapes in terms of different desires within the universe. He also creates the sun, moon, and other demigods. Therefore, the chief engineer of this material creation is the Lord himself, as confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita 9.10. 9.10 is Marjakshena Prakriti Suya Se Characharam Hetanu Nena Kuntaya Jagat Viparipatite. It is he only who directs the material nature to produce all sorts of moving and non-moving creations. There are two modes of material creation: the creation of the collective universes, as stated above, done by Mahavishnu, and the creation of the single universe. Both are done by the Lord, and thus the universal shape, as we see it, takes place. So, a very interesting verse here. One famous acharya, not so famous, but someone, one of Prabhupada's godbrothers, he said this is where the... Volume pop? He said, this is where the whole misconception, or our misconception, originates from, this creation. This creation is put together by the Lord. Why? Because of the individual desires of the jiva. Previous to this creation, the jivas were already in existence, and they were conducting fruitive activities by their free will. And they were wandering, Brahmananda Brahmati Korni Bhagavan Jiva, wandering all over the universes, time and time again, doing such a searching for what? What do you think they're searching for? Happiness, yes. Anandamoya Bhisat. We are searching for perfect happiness. Where will we find perfect happiness? Will we find perfect happiness? You know that verse, Janishvara Shridhashraviya Idhavamadam Navyat Arihochamba, Tams Kinchna Gocharam. Will we find perfect happiness through good education, through beauty, through taking birth in a very good family? Or where will we find this happiness? What will satisfy us? This is the question we need to ask ourselves, because we've been doing this for some time. And Krishna allows us to do so during the creation, but after a while he gets a bit tired of it, and therefore he just winds it up. And then again, after a while, Prabhupada describes in one purport that just as sometimes the wife or the husband wakes up the wife for enjoyment, so similarly, Krishna wants to expand his enjoyment. Therefore, again, he expands. Actually, we have the picture here. Again, he expands the universes. Why is he doing so? To give the living entity a chance to understand where his real pleasure lies. And also because Krishna is Anandam, he is ever increasing. What's that, ever increasing? Anandamudivadam, ever increasing. He is ever increasing his bliss. He's always looking to increase his loving exchanges. So anyway, the point is that we might think that by good education, by good birth, by beauty, we will find happiness. And actually the fact is that when we look at the material world, those that have beauty, those that have high education, those that have Lakshmi, those that have high culture, those that have an insight into perhaps the finer things in life, they do enjoy their life in a little bit fuller way. And perhaps they experience some higher realms of ras in some senses. For instance, a highly cultured aristocrat who is not only highly cultured, but he is also very well bred and very respectful to all. When he listens to some music, perhaps, his mind might go to wonderful places where he can conceive of some higher realm, perhaps. This could be there, because artists and great thinkers and even the yogis in India, they are looking to elevate their consciousness. So happiness really is derived from elevation of consciousness. So in the perverted version of the Vedic culture, which is currently or was prevalent in India, due to the corruption of the Brahminical classes, it was thought that simply by birth you would be able to elevate your consciousness. But actually that's not a fact, although there is some truth in it. This idea of social development or of getting on in life, which if you listen to any politician or any political thinker, they always have the idea, yes, get on in your life. And what do they tell you? Yes, go to school, get educated, get cultured. So there is some truth in these things. But one thing you'll notice in the English culture is that you can do that from any background. You can go to Cambridge if you come from a council estate. Previously you couldn't do that, but now you can. So there is some thoughts in the world that everyone should go on a path of elevating themselves. They misunderstand, in some senses, where the elevation will really take place. But we do not deny in our Krishna conscious movement that high education and high culture is valuable. Therefore, Yashasi Sakti Bhagavata Kinchana Sarve Guna. One who becomes Vaishnava, he becomes very knowledgeable, very cultured, and he is Tatishva Karunakaha Suridan Savarehana Jatasavata Sandasa Deva Sarubhushna. All his characteristics are sublime. Why? Because he is a yogi, he's perfect yogi, he's detached from the material conception. When we have a attachment to the material world, naturally we become biased and we have hidden agendas, isn't it? I think we can safely say that. Today it's very difficult to get news. I've noticed, you may have noticed, isn't it, the last few years it's become very prominent. Where do you get good news from? Because the so-called freedom of speech, which is touted by the American left-wingers, well, they're going to shut you down. If you don't agree with their idea of free speech, they'll close you down. So there's something called council culture. They'll counsel you. I do predict, actually, the Hare Krishna movement, if the left-wing liberals in America get their way, there's no way they're going to allow us to do any of these broadcastings of the Krishna consciousness movement. Because when they read Prabhupada's books and they understand what we are all about, they may not like the idea. Of course, in Krishna consciousness and our culture, in the Vedas, it's very, very broad. So actually, if they're intelligent, they will thoroughly accept us because we are acceptable to all classes of men. And we have an opportunity for all classes of men, as was the case when, even when Kali came to the king wanted to kill because he was killing the cow. So then Kali said, well, where am I supposed to go? Okay, yes, I will give you some place. So in Vedic culture, everything is taken care of. Therefore, there's 18 Puranas, 6 in the mode of goodness, 6 in the mode of passion, 6 in the mode of ignorance. So we're fit in somewhere. But as far as we're concerned, if we want to advance in culture and knowledge, we must hear from the Vaishnava Brahmins, who are well cultured, who are knowledgeable, who are detached from the material world, and who are entering into an understanding of the original position of the jiva, which is to become a ashraya vishaya, as Srila Govinda Swami used to always say. Ashraya Vishaya. We have to become the ashraya. We have to become the enjoyed. And in relationships, we have experience. In any relationship we have, we try to give pleasure to others. So this whole misconception that Krishna is doing here, he is producing this material world for us to, and for the jivas to become false vishayas. Go and become an enjoy. You try to enjoy. Try to enjoy your senses. And to some extent you will succeed but there's set rules and regulations. If you follow certain rules and regulations, you'll enjoy more. And as you enjoy, you'll gain knowledge. It's a perfect system, actually. If you follow the Varnashram system properly, you will enjoy and you will gain knowledge. So it's perfect. But if it's corrupted, the whole thing falls apart, as was the case in India. And therefore, Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur, our great modern acharya, he saw through all these falsities, and he began the process of establishing proper Vedic culture. And he prayed for his son, Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Goswami came, And he, again, such a knowledgeable gentleman that if you were to hear his class, many people couldn't understand him at all. He had to have other people under him who understood him better, and then, because they were very scholarly themselves, and they would do the translations. Like today we have, social media, and we can get some understanding perhaps. There was no tape recorders, it was just like one lecture. So actually Srila Swami, he was a very great scholar, and people would always go to him and say, well, what did he mean by this, and he would translate and tell the gist of what was to a lot of his other scholars. But actually a lot of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta's leading disciples were very scholarly in themselves. And they during the time after Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, they all set their mats up in different places. There was no big preaching effort worldwide, but they, for some reason or another, in fact, it came to me the other day, here's a question. Supposing that the GBC that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami wanted to be formed, and it was formed as he desired, and Prabhupada became part of that movement because he would have become part of that GBC. Do you think that the Hare Krishna movement worldwide I was thinking, well, maybe it may not have taken place in the same way. So it is thought by some scholars that sometimes arrangements are made by Krishna. We may have our plans, he has other plans. So for some reason or another, all the Gaudiya mats, they set up their mats, and Prabhupada was not able to partake in this system. But there must have been a plan, and ultimately we can see it forced Prabhupada to come to the West under circumstances, and the whole Hare Krishna movement became. So this is all the arrangement of Krishna. So we have to follow Vaishnava Brahmin authorities. We have to gain our knowledge from them. And in the Krishna consciousness movement, everything we have is available. For instance, economics is there, the perfect social system, the social sciences are there, the arts are there, everything is there. You can, once one thing is known, everything is known. If you know Krishna, you know everything, because you link to that great culture, and you link to the various acharyas. Now, the interesting thing about the acharyas are they sometimes differ. And they might differ in two ways. One way they might differ is because you have to weigh up time, place, and circumstances. So there are time, places, circumstances. There's certain things that have to be done in the 20th century that perhaps weren't done previously. So a very good Vaishnava Brahmin, Acharya, he knows time, place, circumstances, and he applies the teachings accordingly. If we look at the Artha Shastra, there's the Artha Shastra and the Dharma Shastra. For instance, if in the future the Hare Krishna movement somehow or other become advisors to government men, and someone is caught stealing in the 21st century, how are we going to deal? Because you look at the Artha Shastra, you go back to the Shastra, they'll tell you what punishment is available. Well, we're living in the 21st century, therefore we cannot apply the Shastra in the same way. So the very intelligent Brahmins who understand time, place, and circumstances will adjust accordingly and fit into the modern world. And Prabhupada was an ideal example of that. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur was, and Srila Bhaktisiddhanta was. So this is a very important point. That's one way they differ. Another way they may differ is in their understanding of Leela, Krishna Leela. as well, because each individual living entity, jiva, he has a specific relationship with Krishna. So in the spiritual world, there's all kinds of rasas taking place. So according to your rasa with Krishna, you will see Krishna and you will understand the rasa in a certain way. Someone else may see it differently and may apply a different view or different type of pastime. That goes on in our Shastra as well. Interestingly enough, we hear that when we leave this material world, if we are reasonably perfected in our spiritual life, where will we go? We are told that we will go to the place where Krishna is doing his Leela, right, in one universe, and get further training, isn't it? You know where that comes from? That knowledge. We hear it, but where is the source of that? The source is Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Maharaj. That is his understanding of what will our destination be. It seems practical because to get further training, you're almost perfected. You're almost entering into a relationship with Krishna. And so in your next life, you take place in the universe and you take birth in perhaps one of the families of the gopis. You take birth in the womb. And if you're a cowherd boy, you get to learn from the other cowherd boys how to further. I mean, it seems logical, and you can well understand why Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Maharaj would have applied that, because he's a kind of a modern acharya. He's the guru of Srila Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj. Srila Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj was the Shiksha guru of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. So, but actually, Rupa Goswami, he doesn't say that. He says if you at the end of your life, if you're a devotee, you go straight back to Krishna in Goloka Vrindavan. So you can see different acharyas have different opinions on different matters according to time, place, circumstances. So acharyas differ. One time, actually it was very interesting, there was one devotee who once asked why all the acharyas have different opinions. And a good explanation is one is that, for instance, on the higher realms of Ras, okay, Mother Yashoda wants Krishna in bed at night. The gopis and Radharani have a different idea. So there's a difference there, difference of opinion, or difference of how they think things should go. And another point was that according to your realization, your opinions will differ. If you're Madhyam, Kanishta, Uttama, you'll have different opinions and you'll have different realizations of a particular topic. So there's no way you can all be the same. And another point is that some discussions one might have among the more advanced devotees, you don't really want to have them discussions with the beginner devotees because it might disturb their faith. You know, if they see different acharyas arguing on something, it might disturb their faith, and they might think, oh, I thought everyone was supposed to be pure. You know, so there are different ways of dealing with things. Anyway, getting it back to this particular point here of the cause of all causes, it's quite interesting how the modern scientists of today will confirm, or at least there will be parallels with some of the things we're reading here. For instance, let's take light, for instance, because here we mentioned that Krishna, as a Mahavishnu, is lying in this causal ocean, the Mahatattva, in one portion of the spiritual world, some cloud comes about, and Krishna, in his Karnadaksha Vishnu form, he lies down. There's water, and then there's Vishnu. For life, we require water, and we also require light. So we can look at the parallels there. In this particular life, we know that without water there will be no life, and we know that without light there will be no life. So light and water mix and create light. So here we see in the Kamadaksha Vishnu, he's lying on this ocean. So this light, because God sometimes is understood to be light. He is light. It's his impersonal energy, Brahmajyoti. So the light of the Brahmajyoti is said to be devolved, and it is transformed into many different energies. And therefore, Maxwell's law, I think it's Maxwell, he sees the comparison between all types of light that we see in the world, and energy, like magnetic energy, static energy, the different waves of light. They all form in different ways, but they come from an original source. And in the Vedas it says the original source will be the sun. The sun is devolved from the Brahmajyoti. So the sun produces these photons. These photons of light are flying everywhere, and they're in atoms and so on and so forth. So there is a comparison, and one interesting thing to note is that light, although everything around us, Shri Radha Gokulananda Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Shri Gaura Ki Jai. Everything around us is made of atoms, but light is the only thing that is not made of atoms. And interestingly enough, light particles will travel forever unless they're absorbed into something like an atom or something. They will carry on forever. So light, we say that the light originates from the Brahmajyoti. The Brahmajyoti is a spiritual light, the effulgence of the Lord. So here we are, even modern scientists will tell you that light is practically eternal. It just goes on and on and on. If you have a light wave, it'll just keep going until it's absorbed into another topic, and then it gets transformed and then thrown out somewhere else. So this is quite interesting. So the idea that Krishna has created everything, as we see here, Prabhupada makes, the first point he makes is that some people think that when Krishna creates everything, he's become everything. Well, Maya tatamidam sarvam jagavayakta murtina. In one sense he's everything, but in another sense he isn't, because Krishna has energies. What's that verse? Krishna has many energies? Yes. He has many different energies. So Krishna does not become everything but the unintelligent, avyaktim vyaktim apana manyate man abhudaya, the unintelligent, they think, Krishna says, unintelligent men do not know me, because Krishna is standing on the battlefield of Kshetra as a two-handed form. Unintelligent men, abhudaya, they do not know me. They think that I've assumed this personality just to teach of my impersonal or my godly form of me spread everywhere. And this is not really the ultimate personality. This impersonal has become personal just to teach you of the impersonal. So this is what the many Mayavad philosophers will think like that, because they cannot stand the idea of surrendering to a supreme personality of Godhead and exchanging rasa with him. Because why? Because they're envious. They want to be that personality who is the king of Ras. So in frustration, they go on strike. They cannot be that person who is the master of all Ras. So they go on strike and they become Brahman. So no, this is not good. So in our scripture we have the understanding, no, we cannot, we do not abide by those that think that they can give up their Ras by merging into, or we cannot abide those that think they are the Supreme Lord or that they are the enjoyers. Rather, we have the idea of understanding who the origin is. So this avyakti vyakti mutta, I am not manifested to such personality. So for Krishna to manifest before us is not such an easy thing. Why would he manifest before us? Just like if you love someone, you'll understand that person fully. Otherwise, you will not understand that person fully. Unless you love someone, you will not understand that person fully. Why? Why is there some, what is the problem? What is the issue? You got issues, Prabhu. What is these issues? These are called anartas, the anartanavritti process. So there's some anartas there. So among Krishna, we have some issues. We have to resolve these issues. And fortunately, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has come to teach us the process, how to resolve these issues. Krishna is very kind. He's, the Christian have the idea that we have trespassed against God. You remember the Christian prayer? You remember that? Every morning we used to say, "Oh God, forgive me, I have trespassed against you." Why have I trespassed against God? Why? I've tried to become an enjoyer. I've denied your beauty. I've denied your wisdom. Why did that take place? This is the point. In the Tatastha region, somehow or other, we were given this free will, and some of us, there's no issue with Krishna. Krishna doesn't have any issues with us. We have issues with him. Even if we have issues against him, he still doesn't have any issues against us. Therefore, he's equal to everyone. Misunderstanding is there. Even among ourselves, sometimes there's a misunderstanding. So we have to resolve this misunderstanding. So there's a whole process by which we can clarify these points and get our consciousness straight. And basically it boils down to love, bliss, beauty, and appreciating the greatness. And appreciating the greatness of others, and also the wonderful thing is that when you appreciate the greatness of others, you share in their in their love and their bliss as well. So this is the concept of this idea, Nitya Siddha Krishna Prema Sabjakavanai, that we have this love of God. We do have the love of God. That is our purpose. Lord Balaram, in his form of Shankacharya or Mahavishnu, has expanded. I'm considering that because he's a great, Lord Balaram is a great servant of Krishna. Therefore, what would he do? Oh, let's expand Krishna's pleasure. So he expands himself in via Balaram, and then the jivas, they're supposed to follow Balaram's mood of being, but some of them somehow or other, some of them, because of free will, decide to go on their own way. So this whole creation is going on for rectification of the issues of the jiva. And it's a wonderful creation, very intelligently put together. And if this creation actually was done by Krishna, there would be evidence of Krishna in his creation. So as far as we are concerned, as preachers of the Hare Krishna movement, we're going to have to convince people that yes, this is a fact. There is what's as the Discovery Institute, which is a wonderful institute called. If you don't know the Discovery Institute, you should log on to their website, because they are PhD scientists in various forms, and they are responsible for the intelligent design movement. And the intelligent design movement is a bit like Sadhaputa's, Prabhupada's Bhaktivedanta Institute. So Prabhupada tasked Sadhaputta and Swarup Damodar and others to look at this fifth canto, look at this kind of stuff that's spoken about here, and to try to find parallels with modern science so we can bring the two things together and therefore convince more people about the value of Krishna consciousness, because Krishna consciousness can be understood by people from their previous life. They will naturally take up the path. But most people are misled, particularly by Darwinian thinkers. And another set of thinkers are those in the 50s and 60s that thought that the universe was a static state. It just stayed and went on forever and was always there. This is a very interesting thing, that the concept of the Big Bang, which came out in 1964, that was very revolutionary, because Big Bang means creation. And to this very day, many scientists, they don't like the idea of the Big Bang, because the Big Bang means a beginning. Previously, they'd always thought of a static state, that the universe was just, which very much suited Darwinian philosophers, because Darwinian philosophers are based on what's called mutation mathematics, where they think over a period of long time, the living, or perhaps as Darwin thought, he had the idea. He wrote a letter once to his followers, and he wished for. He said this is written out. He wished for a little warm pond. He said, "I wish for this little warm pond." What he meant by that was that there's a little warm pond. Light particles are floating into the water as Krishna, he's lying on this causal ocean. So light particles are hitting this water, and within the water there are other elements there, and they're mixing together, and somehow or other a little microbe has come about. That's what he was hoping for. And his idea is that from that little microbe, mutation happened, another mutation happened, another mutation, and so on and so forth. So this is what it's like Darwin's tree. And from one thing came another, and spread out. But these things are worked out, that the mutations are very difficult to be successful, because it's also been discovered, which is paralleling what I'm saying here, because Krishna must leave evidence of himself. So the evidence, as far as we are concerned, is that there are codes, and that's been discovered. The DNA code, A, C's, T's, and G's, they link in to a set system of amino acids, like a string of 20 amino acids. So A, C's, T's, and G's in different combinations fit together and create a protein machine. The protein machine inside your cell, there's hundreds of these little cells moving around. In each one of your cells, there's hundreds of nano machines. It's like a factory. Okay? Now, how is it that all these things fit in place? They fit in place by information technology. This has been described by scientists, and it's something. Now, what we have to consider is wherever we see information, we know it's coming from an intelligent source. So this is how Krishna creates. When Krishna says he's lying down in the causal ocean, and when he says that verse, Maya Jakshina Prakriti Suyasi Sachacharam Hetanunena, I am created, how is he doing it? Well, this evidence of coded information forming different bodies is one way he's doing it. Another way he's doing it is through atoms, because the atomic particles create different types of elements. So gold, carbon, iron, metal. You know the periodic table, right? You've been at school. So therefore, each one of these, like gold, for instance, right? You know that gold is a certain element, and that there are certain proton, the proton, neutrons, and electrons. Each one, according to the amount of protons, is according to the element, isn't it? So why is that? Don't you find that in carbon there's so many protons, in another element there's so many? That's another code. Do you think that's like a code? I mean, why? Because unless you have these amount of protons, that makes iron. Another lot of protons makes, carbon. Another, and so on and so forth. So why is this? This is another more evidence of code and organization. So Krishna, the evidence that there is an intelligence in the universe is seen in these two examples. Do you agree with that? I mean, why would it not be? It seems rather strange that the amount of protons in an atom determines its element. I think that's a code. And when you see the A's, C's, T's, and G's, and when they form in various ways, they create certain protein machines. And if the combinations are slightly out, then a mutation happens. And what happens to mutation? Does it create a new species? No. It either dies out, it becomes crippled or useless. That's the evidence of mutation. So the idea that mutations cause new species is not at all confirmed in the Shastra, nor by modern science. Yet, when you go to school, in universities, you will find pictures of bears turning into whales, or it's taught widespread. This misinformation is taught, but the science does not add up. And so these are some of the points that we have to make. And some of the greatest physicists have also understood these points. Fred Hoyle, he said that as far as he's concerned, someone's monkeyed around with the universe. There seems some super intellect that's monkeying around with the universe that makes things perfect. And even Stephen Hawking, he thought that there was some order in the universe. So Krishna is telling us how these things are going on. He's mentioning it in the scriptures. And there's scientific evidence to show this. And as preachers of the Hare Krishna movement, we should become very clued up on these things. But I would say that the way for us to understand these things is only through purification of consciousness. Because if you're pure in consciousness, you'll be able to see these things very clearly. If you're crooked, you will not see these things. Therefore, our person is Omagana Tavandasha Gananjana Shalakaya. We accept knowledge from higher source, and we study Shastra. The Shastra come in various forms. There's the Puranas, the Smritis, and the Shruti. The Shruti are like the commander. Do this, do this, do this. No question, you have to do. And then the Puranas are like a friend. Oh, if you do this, this will be the result of what you do. Have a look in the Puranas. If you're good, this will happen, like a friend. Then the Smriti is like the older sister or the good wife that comes to convince you further. This is said in the Shastra. So we have the Shruti, the Smriti, the Puranas. And the Bhagavatam, Jiva Goswami's Bhagavatam, or Vasudeva's Bhagavatam is taking all these matters, and it's fully, everything in the Shruti, Smriti, Purana is put in the Bhagavatam. And then Jiva Goswami himself has further commented on the Bhagavatam in his Sandarbhas. So the epistemology, how do you know, or how do you know you know, all that kind of stuff is there. And then from there, from Brahman is discussed, Paramatma is discussed, Bhagavan is discussed. And from Bhagavan, the Putti Sandarbha, how it is that one becomes a lover of Krishna is analyzed. And ultimately, you become a lover of Krishna when you get liberation. And you only get liberation when you become attracted to Krishna. This is Krishna consciousness. So therefore, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is teaching that thing. When you have love of Krishna, Premanjana Charita Bhakti Valochanena Santasadevi Hridayeshu Valokana Yang Shama. So you see Krishna everywhere. One who sees in me everything in me, I've never lost it. Because wherever you see, Prabhupada said, don't see that tree, see Krishna. When you see a beautiful leaf on a tree, what a wonderful creation. Perfect mathematics in this leaf. Where did mathematics come from? And some people have the understanding, they know, actually, we are discovering mathematics. Mathematics was already there. It is not that we discover mathematics. So these things are discussed. And also, relationships. Now, a Darwinian thinker will tell you, oh yeah, these relationships have evolved. A sisterly type relationship has evolved. A fatherly type relationship has evolved. A husband-wife relationship has evolved. Lovers' relationship have evolved over time. They'll tell you that, isn't it? That's what they'll tell you. No, it's not. Just as mathematics was already there, these relationships were already there. The whole material manifestation is a creation to give you an insight into divinity. Therefore, if you are a Brahmin, trained Brahmin, you will train your consciousness, and that verse, that is meaning, who is the real seer? Who is the real seer? Now, that is, this verse refers to the sun. By the sun you will see. But actually, it is not really the sun. It is, the sun helps to illuminate, but the real seer is the consciousness. So the consciousness is the real seer. So the one who chants the Gayatri mantra properly, he connects with his consciousness, and therefore bhago means, according to our acharyas, that is like ultimately Srimati Radharani, because you connect to divinity through his agents, through his servants, and then you engage in service and pleasing to him. If you are in that consciousness, then you will really see Krishna everywhere. And everything will be revealed, and all your misconceptions will be finished. And you will become a great lover of Krishna. And not only will you love Krishna, but you'll love every living entity, and you'll become the perfect yogi. Yogi nam afishavasham makatina. You'll be able to control your mind and senses. When you see a beautiful woman as a man, because women are another, when you see a beautiful man or you see a beautiful woman, you will not think of being an enjoyer. You think, oh, your beauty is so wonderful. This is what you go to Krishna. This is what Srila Bhaktisiddhanta said. Because when you see that beauty of a woman, it cannot be denied, like the Mayavadis. No, I don't want to see this beauty. No, oh, very beautiful. Oh, This is a reflection of the beauty of the spiritual world. So this is how to see, and so through training, through consciousness, through yoga, we can lose the influence of the modes of nature. We'll come to the mode of goodness, and then we'll see very clearly everything, and we'll be very happy. But this is an ongoing process. Anatta nivritti, nishta, we have to become nishta, fixed up. Then we have to taste something, ruchi. And in this ruchi platform, this is like the beginning of Raganuga Bhakti. And then even in Raganuga Bhakti, we have to do some sadhana, Raganuga sadhana, and then we have to concentrate on all these leelas, pastimes. And that's another science. The science of Varnashram takes you to another science, the science of consciousness and the science of elevating your consciousness to get to the platform of Gyan Sunya Bhakti, where knowledge is secondary. It is bliss that we are looking for, and love and relationships. I'll just finish off by saying that Gyan Sunya Bhakti, this platform, is very important because it is the platform of knowledge is put to one side and the bliss and love is taking priority. And it's said, for instance, the gopis in the spiritual world, they don't seem to be very scholarly, isn't it? You've heard it said they're not so scholarly. They're looking for bliss. But when they come to this world, these manjaris and gopis, they, like Rupa Manjari, he becomes Rupa Goswami or Jiva Goswami, and they have so much knowledge, and then the knowledge comes out, you see. So this Krishna conscious movement is very nice. It's teaching all these things. So much information is there. So we personally have to just chant Hare Krishna. We have to try not to be offensive. Try to minimize our offenses. Become like that. And tattena kumpam susme. Anything troublesome to us, take it the whole thing on your head. Your fault. That is the thing. Take it all on your head. Although one who suffers, there's one thing, one who does wrong or suffers wrong is wrong. When I say that, devotees think but one who does wrong or suffers wrong is wrong as well. So justice is a very important principle as well. So although tattena kumpam susmixmana, we'll take it all on our own head. Same time, if we suffer wrongly, that's not good. We have to have justice, and we have to have systems of justice in place. Jai Srila Prabhupada Jagat Guru Sevinta Wa Ki Jai. Any comments, questions? Everything's clear? According to Prabhupada? Yes, Prabhupada. Or you can speak loud if you want. Oh, there we have one. One who does wrong, suffers wrong is wrong. Hare Krishna.
I'm just wondering, you're talking about evidence.
Evidence, yes.
Intelligent design. And I'm just wondering if there's a danger to be found, because previously there was many things that could not be explained through the scientific model. People say, you can't explain how the eye was formed, so therefore it must be intelligent. So then we find something new that can't be explained.
Yeah.
Then it seems a problem that as science, as we advance, there could be a way to explain how perhaps this information is transferred. I'm not sure the details of what you're talking about, but so it seems like if you want to ignore the fact that there's an intelligent designer, then there's plenty of reasons to do so. And Krishna allows you to think that it's all impersonal.
I see. Well, I don't think there is any plenty of reasons to think so. Now, someone might come up with the concept that mutations could take place, but then you have to look at it logically. So therefore, in logic, and many have studied, for instance, it will take time for mutations to be able to go from a single microbe to a human being or something like that. It's a long, long time. It's called mutation mathematics. They've worked out these things. So you have to follow logic as well. I think that some of the scientists tend to be dreamers. And I don't deny science. Science is really, really good because science is what helps us understand. The more objective science that is seen, the more it connects with intelligent design. But when we find subjective science, someone who looks at something and subjectifies, putting their own bias on it, then it is found that people tend to. But yeah, what you say is true, that free will is there, opinions about something, but we have to apply logic. So logically, like I was saying to you before, for instance, when we see A sees T, G, when we see coded information producing a certain, and if we change that information and try to add some, like, for instance, in this Srimad Bhagavatam, this letter it means something. If we take things away from that and try to mess around with it, that word loses its meaning. So, or on your 1000 on your computer, if you take away some of the ones and zeros and just, if you mutate them, kind of, because mutation is by chance. So by chance, we'll take something away from the information and we'll hope that it produces new information. See, so logically, it just doesn't work. That's one example. In fact, Richard Dawkins was once asked, can you give an example of a mutation that gives new positive information to the genome? You can have a look at it on YouTube. And he was stunned by the question. He couldn't answer the question. He asked the camera to be turned off and later gave some writing about it. And he said, well, Darwin, things started a long, long time ago. So, can you give me one example of a mutation that brings new positive information to the genome that creates something positive? Not a mutation, but some offshoot. We do accept microevolution, by the way. Microevolution and macroevolution, two different things entirely. Micro we accept because, for instance, in the north of England, if there was Shetland ponies in a freezing cold wind, generation after generation, those with the thickest coats will survive better than those. So there is a little flexibility regarding Darwinian philosophy, because we're accepting some parts of it, but not macro. We don't see any evidence of a whale turning into a bear turning into a whale. There is no transition seen in the fossil records. When we look at fossil records of aquatics turning into whales, when we study the in-betweens, it's been found out, actually it was a seal. It was a seal, it wasn't a whale, so on and so forth. So you'll find that the Darwinians, the dumbed-down Darwinians, I call them, they're mostly crooked people who have ulterior motives. Although they're scientists, they're atheistic thinkers generally, and they'll do anything to mislead people, and they'll post citations as fact-based science and preach it in universities all over the world. When you were at school, do you remember seeing an ape turning into a man? Right. You go to the university, go to the British Science Museum. The first thing you'll see is apes turning into men. You'll see Lucy. Lucy is supposed to be the link between man and humans, but actually Lucy had a gait like an ape. It was just a species of ape. So this kind of thing. But what is your point? That we shouldn't deny science entirely, but or it gives an alternative, or what is your?
I'm more just curious as to how, if we've got all these defects.
Defects.
So this is why the scientific process can't reach absolute truth, because we have imperfect senses and we cheat and like this.
Yeah, you mean, yeah, the human being has this, yeah.
I guess with the class, people might need to leave.
No, I understand. So we have these things. You're saying that's coming from God.
But if we have these defects prohibit us from reaching absolute truth by the scientific method, and how can we also use the same scientific method to prove that there's an intelligent designer?
That's a good point. Because the senses, we don't have to be cheaters. We don't have to have illusion senses. We don't have, what is the four defects? Four defects are tendency to cheat. We don't have to cheat. We can be honest. We have imperfect senses, but if our senses are purified, okay? If our senses are purified, we'll see. Therefore, omagyanatavandasya, we'll see. For instance, instead of seeing a tree, we'll see, oh, this is a manifestation of Krishna's energy. We are denying that it's Krishna's energy. We are denying that it's designed. Why are we designing it? Because we haven't got a connection with the designer. It's like, if you don't have a connection with the designer, or you envy the designer, or you don't want to know the designer, you won't see that connection with. Like, for instance, a mother, when she sees her child's shoes, she immediately connects the child's shoes to the child because of love. So if you love, you see different. Therefore, imperfect senses, the senses are purified. The cheating stops. What else is there? What's the other one? Illusion. Yeah, it tends to be illusion. No, there'll be no more illusion. Why? Because what is illusion? Illusion means Maya, that which is not. When you are free from Maya means free from your previous conditioning. Your senses are coming in contact with sense objects. They're liking them or they're not liking them. This is called, this is the modes of nature working. So this attraction and repulsion to sense objects will be finished. You'll go beyond it. There'll be no more, what was that? Sorry, the tends to be illusioned, yeah? That's what we're talking about, isn't it? Yeah. So this illusion takes place when we are misled by our mind and senses and motives. We will see truth. And what's the other one? What's the last one? Yeah, mistake. Mistakes will be finished because we will no longer be mistaken. So the pure soul in his pure consciousness, he no longer makes mistakes. He's no longer illusioned. But he uses these senses in a scientific way to analyze things. It's not that he doesn't use his senses, he doesn't use his mind. He purifies his consciousness and sees truth. That's a fact. We can give examples of so many situations where someone will deny something. Look at the truth. Like, for instance, what's going on in Russia right now, right? Between Russia. Does anyone discuss the history of Russia and the history of Ukraine and how the Russian Orthodox Church was founded in Kiev, that city, and how the people of Russia were connected with Ukraine for hundreds and hundreds of years, and why Russia is so attached to Ukraine, and things like that. It's the closed down code. You never find that discussion anywhere. You will find a few scholars talking about it, So this is called cheating, and it's called, why is this war taking place? Why is this terrible death happening? Was it really necessary? Could in negotiations, this is why cheating, imperfect senses, hidden motives, so on and so forth. That's just one example, and so many other examples are there. So yeah, the idea is we have to purify our mind and senses by linking with our acharyas who are no longer affected by they know they don't have imperfect senses. They don't have cheating tendency. They're not illusioned. But they use these senses correctly to look at the world. And when we look at the world and we see coded information, it's an indication that there is some intelligence. So we can apply it, because that's our experience. Whenever we see coded information, it means intelligence. Can you think of any example of coded information that hasn't come from a mind? No such thing. On your computer, 101000, and then therefore, I'm looking at this. This is a series of ones and zeros. It's been put in this format because it came from an intelligence. So it's like that. So this is what we're saying, and so the intelligent design work. And what didn't even discuss chemical combinations. Chemical combinations. It's not so easy to combine chemicals to create perfect chemical bonds. If you haven't got the chemicals in the right order, they dissolve, they explode, or they don't fuse together. So the idea of chemical evolution is foolish. Again, every single chemical combination is coded. You can't put certain things together. One of the leading chemists in the world, his name is James Tour, and he's a member of this Discovery Institute, and he's saying, you try to mix chemicals together, and yet they say in the early part of the world, chemicals formed together. But actually they didn't, because in the early part of the world, the chemicals weren't even, and it's noted that in the early stages of this creation, not all the conditions of life were present. Like when Lord Brahma first created this universe, and this planet was very hot in the beginning, you will find that not all the chemicals not all the physical forces were in place for life to take place. In the Vedas it says that life began in the water first. And if you look at the Cambrian explosion, suddenly all these species are found in the do you know about the Cambrian explosion? Yeah. So you'll find all these species already present. So this is extraordinary. No one can explain. And there's another explosion in China they found recently with all these species. But in the Vedas it says that water, in the beginning there was water and the species were in water. And another thing I didn't mention was, we'll finish soon, but Lord Brahma, he was holding all this information. Sadaputa, our great scientific guru, he says that Sadaputa says that Brahma was holding all this information. He assumes like that. All the A's, T's, and G's, and all the codes. They were all with Brahma. And then the Prajapatis, he delegated some of them to the Prajapatis. And then the Prajapatis delegated them further and further. And this is how speciation takes place. That's what he says. Because in the Vedas, you'll find that ladies are giving birth to reptiles. How is this taking place? Is it some ladies taking birth to a reptile? How? It's because it's done through different processes, not the process we feel. This information, this coded information of how to create a body was given. And the scientists today know that the Hox gene, there's one Hox gene, they think that creates bodies. They now know, actually the Hox gene is not the lone bodybuilder. Bodybuilding is very, very complex. And they've also found waves of electric currents going on where information is taking place. So this is another thing. So later, as they conduct science further and further and further, they will find out fully how Krishna is creating. So science is a very wonderful thing. It helps us in our understanding of Krishna, and in no way does it pull us off In fact, the more science takes place, the more is evidence that there is Krishna and how he's creating. Jaya Shri Prabhupada Jagai Guru Sevanda Bhakti Hare Krishna.
His Grace Sukadeva Prabhu Ki.
Jai Guru.